Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please, can we settle in very quickly? In a moment from now, the procession will be right in the hall. And this beautiful program will commence forthwith. We appreciate your patience, please. Hello. Okay, thank you. Thank you. May we be upstanding to receive the leadership of the university, particularly the founder, on this momentous occasion. Coming in with the founder, his wife, the university management, and our partners from King's College London. Please file in, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, you may have your seat. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the founder of this wave-making university, the thoroughly distinguished Ariafe Balola, his wife, Yiyare Mudupe Balola, and the leadership of this university, I want to welcome everybody in the house to this momentous occasion and celebration this morning. In particular, I want to welcome our partners from King's College, ably led by our friend and sister, Professor Funmi Olonishakin, fellow of King's College. We appreciate you for your support, for your encouragement, and particularly for the partnership that is working. You are welcome back home on many fronts. You've been here several times in the past, and you will continually be here because of this burgeoning relationship. And our leaders in the house, I want to welcome you all, the parents who are here, our board staff, our distinguished and forward-looking students. We appreciate you, and you are heartily welcome. To our friends from King's College, this is an unusual university on so many fronts. The university is barely 15 years old, yet it has been making exploits nationally and internationally, so much so that in the recent ranking by the Times Higher Impact Education Ranking, Abuad, a 15-year-old university, came first on three indices globally. It came first globally in SDG 7, in Outreach 2023, and the current year, 2024. The church service. But when you see things that are related, you relate them with each other and one another. The Bible makes us to understand that seed time and harvest will never cease. The same Bible tells us that whatsoever a man sows, exactly the same thing he will reap. This morning we'll be celebrating an international educational icon, a man who is giving back to the society what the society denied him. Here is a man whose formal education stopped at primary 6. Yet, through raw determination, perseverance, and the will to make it, he obtained 2 degrees from the University of London by correspondence, a BSc Economics in 1959 and an LLB in 1963, all by correspondence. And that is the man who established this university. I don't want to miss the link. This man, in his desire to make it in life educationally, he applied for a scholarship in the old Western region. By all and every standard, he qualified. But because, you know what I mean, he was denied. Ordinarily, that would have been enough for him to say, oh, that is enough. I'm not going to do anything for anybody or for the society. But he didn't look at all of that. This fair, firm, frank, and friendly man is the man I want to present to you, the founder of this university, Ariafe Balola. You are welcome, sir. Before we go into further introductions, I remember the last time I checked, on April 3, right here in this university, Ariafe Balola received his 13th fellowship from the Academy of Pharmacists. Another feather will be added to that cap this morning. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before we go ahead, may we be upstanding? Let's run the national anthem, the British anthem, and our university anthem to mark the commencement of this beautiful event this morning. God bless you. Truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children, a banner without stain. Oh God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build one nation where no one is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Upward we come, oh, upward we come. Upward we come, oh, upward we come. Founded by a faith, Babalola, a believer in industry and determination. A unique environment with aesthetic structures, a beacon university, delivery unequal, design for high quality education to mold character and infuse knowledge how to lead others. Proud of our brand, they launch a path to excellence with determination and faith in our philosophy of industry, service and character. Our future for greatness and excellence is assured. And excellence is assured.
excellence is assured. Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. You may have your seat. I observed that while those three anthems were being rendered, it was the last one that we all chorused. The first one was one kind. Most people in the audience could not sing, but I know the meaning of that. With that, we could determine the age of everybody in the house. Those who could not sing, we know why. Thank you so very much. Very quickly, let us recognize some of our leaders in the house this morning. I have introduced to you the founder of this university, the eminently selfless man, the man who is giving to the society what he was denied, the man who will do everything to ensure that all is well with people and with the nation, a patently patriotic and nationalistic Nigerian. You are welcome once again, sir. At the cockpit of this program, of this project, we have our mother in the house, the Chief Executive Officer of Abuad Ventures. You are heartily welcome, ma'am. We have introduced earlier on the representative of the executive governor of this state, the people's governor, Mr. Abiodun Abayomi Oyebanji, religiously called Bao, ably represented by our sister, Dr. Folakemi Olomojobi, the head of service. You're welcome. Here we have the leadership of the university, ably led by the Vice Chancellor, Professor Smaranda Olaride. You're heartily welcome, ma'am. We have in the house our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Research, Innovation, and Strategic Partnership, Professor Damilola Lawuye, SAN. We have in the house the representative of the registrar, Lady Chrissy Oluborode, who is attending an official function on behalf of the university outside the state. Brother Oshekita, you are welcome, sir. The bossa of this university, I call him the Minister of Finance and Economic Development of Abuad, is here in a representative capacity. He is being represented by his deputy, Sir Bankole Osho. You are welcome, sir. We have in the house the librarian of the university, brand new Dr. Rosli Zubar. You are welcome. The CMD of our multi-system hospital is here, Dr. Kolawole Ogundipe. The next person I want to introduce is here in a double capacity. He's a member of the Board of Trustees of the university, and equally she's our Director of Nursing Services at the Multi-System Hospital, Dr. Tai Olukolade. The back row, we have the Dean of Nursing, a member of the Governing Council of the university, Dr. Olufumilayo Ojo. Oh, Professor, I'm sorry, Professor. Professor, I'm sorry, ma. Next is the Provost College of Postgraduate Studies, Professor Abiodun Ojo. Our Provost College of Engineering, Professor Joseph Dada, FNSC. The Provost College of Law, Professor Tunde Yebisi. The next two persons are well known, so let's leave them. We go to the Provost College of Medicine and Health Sciences, Professor Laufe Ogundipe. I don't know how many of you have heard of virucidin. That's a very good medication against COVID-19 and allied ailments. This gentleman, to the glory of God, through the instrumentality of the founder, put it together. talking about the Director of Drug Research, Professor Olaposi. And our Provost College of Sciences, Professor Pius Okiki. His colleague in the College of SMS, Professor Chris Aino. You're welcome. And all our leaders in the House, members of Senate, we appreciate you. We may not be able to mention you one after the other. We treasure you. We appreciate you. Thanks for your support over the years. We covet more of it. Thank you very much. The only person I know from King's College is Professor Olonishake. Please, will somebody be kind enough to introduce members of the team to us? Bros, you don't have to come up, ma. Please pass the microphone to Professor Olonishake.
Many thanks. Baba, Areafe Babalola, representatives of the Excellency, the Governor of Ekiti State, distinguished colleagues, and our guests today. It's my pleasure to introduce my colleagues from King's College London. Let me start with the Senior Advisor to the Vice Chancellor's senior team, Mr. Brent Dempster. Let me turn to the Executive Director of the African Leadership Center, which is present at King's College London and in Nairobi as a continental office for the whole of Africa. Shuvai Inyoni, she is from Zimbabwe. And Dr. Adeoti Dipeolu, who's now shared by the Afe Babalola Center because she coordinates the Afe Babalola Center for the continent, but she's also a staff member of King's College London. Dr. Adeoti Dipeolu. Nancy Limo, who's a member of staff of the African Leadership Center in Nairobi, Kenya, but now supports Dr. Adeoti Dipeolu in the coordination role of the Afe Babalola Center. Lucas Palumbo, who is on his third visit to Abuad University and is program manager for the Afe Babalola Center for Transnational Education at King's College, London. Dr. Chris Ince, who's in the King's Academy, but has joined us in this initiative to develop the program of the Afe Babalola Center for Transnational Education. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks.
Hello, okay. Thank you so very much, Prof, for introducing to us our friends from the other side. Now that we know each other and one another, as the case may be, let me say this. We are here for two different events. Like I did say earlier on, shortly after now, the founder of this university will be rewarded again for his immense contributions to humanity, particularly in the realm of education. Like I said, there is a man whose formal education stopped at primary 6, and yet he had 2 other degrees. He has established this university, and last year there was this center that was set up in King's College in collaboration with King's College London, the Afe Babalola Transnational Educational Center. Why? For people not to go through what he went through. The underprivileged but brilliant people all over the world can access education through that center. I'm sure that you all know, or you can remember, that about this time last year, from his hard-earned money, he donated a whopping £10 million. for the commencement of that center. Shall we celebrate? So in appreciation of this and sundry other contributions to humanity and education, he is going to be decorated shortly with a fellowship of King's College, London. And thereafter, there's going to be a workshop to which many of you have been invited on how to benefit from this scheme. God bless you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with your permission, may I invite the Vice Chancellor to please welcome all of us to the house this morning. Madam Vice Chancellor.
A glorious good morning to everybody. Today is another very special day. The Chancellor, the founder of Babalola University, Ado-Ekiti, Are Afe Emmanuel Babalola, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, CON, OFR, DLIT, LLD Honoris Causa London, etc., etc., and his beautiful, ever supportive wife, our own Yeye Are Modupe Babalola, the Chief Executive Officer of Abu Adventures. The Vice President and Vice Principal International at King's College London, Professor Fumi Oloni Shakim, and the entire King's College London distinguished members of the team. Our Governor, His Excellency, who is here through his distinguished representatives. I ask for indulgence to recognize and stand on the already well-established protocol. It is my greatest honor and singular pleasure to welcome our distinguished guests and friends of Afe Babalola University, Ado-Ekiti, to this milestone occasion, the recognition and conferment upon our highly revered Chancellor and founder of the Honorary Fellowship of King's College London, FKC. What a great honor. Today's occasion adds another magnificent feather to the already illustrious cap of our Chancellor and founder, whose giant strides in the fields of law, justice, agriculture, education, entrepreneurship, philanthropy, medicine, and human development have continued to earn him eminent globally recognitions and many awards. Receiving the fellowship of King's College London today is particularly very special to our founder and to all of us who know him very closely. A self-made man from the most modest beginnings, Are Afe Emmanuel Babalola's path to greatness from an obscure farm in Ado-Ekiti through long-distance and correspondence education to become a globally celebrated icon, undoubtedly makes him the ideal example of the power of transformative education. His relentless dedication and unwavering commitment to ensure that every child and every person gets the benefit of the highest quality of education has been the driving force of our institution. In just about 15 years of existence, our cabinet of awards at Abuad already resembles that of our Chancellor and founder, including being ranked 3 times in succession as the best university in Nigeria by the prestigious Times Higher Education Impact Ranking, and number 142 amongst 2,142 ranked universities in the world. We are number 4 on the African continent, and globally, we are number 1 in SDG 7, affordable and clean energy. Number 1 in outreach and stewardship, also number 1. We are truly proud and fortunate to be inspired daily by the extraordinary accomplishments and formidable legacy of our beloved founder. And we have no reason to relent in our hours. As we look forward to the exciting opportunity offered by the Afe Babalola Center for Transnational Education at King's College London, United Kingdom, I want to, on behalf of our entire management, staff and students, express our most profound gratitude to King's College London for believing in us and for going the extra mile to honor our highly celebrated chancellor and founder. I also want to especially thank our mother, Yeyare Modupe Babalola, and the entire family for their inspirational support to our founder and chancellor, to each and every one of us, without which these milestone achievements would have not been possible. Our beloved chancellor and our lovely Yeyare Modupe Babalola, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are grateful for your presence and wish all a most memorable event. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Chancellor. Now that the Vice Chancellor has set the tone and tenor of this program this morning, I'm not oblivious of the fact that we have people from other cultures here. So whatever I say that they may not understand, I would make deliberate attempt to translate. In this part of the country, we are told that Akimo ya osho ju osho. Apologies, sir, not your own osho. That translates to the fact that nobody knows the child more than the mother. On this note, may I invite our dear Professor Fumi Olonishakin, FKC, to tell us why we are here this morning. Let's celebrate Professor Olonishakin, please.
Thank you so much, my dear brother. It's a pleasure to be back here. I want to stand on existing protocol, but especially to thank Baba Are Afe Babalola, and I want to especially also pay tribute to Yeye Are Modupe Babalola. It's good to see you again. I haven't actually had a chance to say offer my personal greetings. But it's true, to a point. This has already been translated to my colleagues. It's good to be back home on this special occasion, part of which is to award in person the Fellowship of King's College London to Baba Are Afe Babalola. I should say that there's a process at King's for awarding this fellowship, and that's what I want to explain in part. The Fellowship of King's College London is awarded to individuals who have or have had a transformative impact on the college or society through the quality of their work or activities. They may be individuals who have a direct relationship with King's College London, such as alumni, governors, staff, academic, or community partners. Or they may be individuals who do not have a current relationship with kings, but who have engaged with kings in the past. They may also be individuals whose activities and accomplishments align with our activities, our aspirations, our values, and with whom we hope to foster a long-term relationship. In all cases, it is expected that the individual's accomplishments will have gone above and beyond the expectations of their regular role and have had an exceptional impact on King's College London or on society. In the case of Baba Are Afe Babalola, he is all of the above. And it's without... And when this nomination was put before the Council of King's College London last year, there was no question in our minds that he met all of the criteria. And it was such a great pleasure for the chair of council to see that there was a unanimous decision to award the fellowship of King's College London to Are Afe Babalola. The president of King's, who nominated him, was absolutely delighted. And of course, under normal circumstances, at the graduation ceremonies at King's, we would have asked Are Afe to select the date of the graduation he would want to come to at King's. He was awarded this. This was approved and awarded late last year. We would normally have our graduations in January or in July. The graduation of my faculty and of the African Leadership Center would take place on the 31st of July. But when we saw that we didn't just want his daughter to come up to the stage and receive the award, that we want to do him the honor to come here in person and give the award, without a doubt we knew that this was a thing we wanted to do. And today's occasion afforded us the opportunity to come and present this award to Baba in person. And it's my honor and privilege, that we do so. Thank you.
Please, before you go, ma'am, please can you be kind enough to follow me? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are gradually inching towards the reason why we are here. I remember Chief MKO Abiola this morning. Anytime he speaks, or anytime he spoke, he's no longer with us. He was fond of garnishing his statements with proverbs. There was this particular one he said, so you don't shave a man's head in his absence. That is absolutely correct. Now it is the time we are about to honor our leader. May I humbly request the CSO to please lead our founder and our mama to the top table. And the representative of the governor should please follow them. Our friends from King's College, please be upcoming too. God bless you. distinguished ladies and gentlemen. You may have your seat. With your permission, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I invite to this side of the arena our Deputy Vice Chancellor, ARISP, Professor Olawuyi, SCN, to please give us an abridged citation of the honoree. Professor.
The Chancellor and founder, Afe Babalola University, Ado-Ekiti, Are Afe Babalola, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Commander of the Order of Niger, Officer of the Federal Republic, Doctor of Letters, Doctor of Laws, honoris causa, London, a self-made man, a distinguished member of the Bar of England and Wales, a foremost lawyer and senior advocate of Nigeria, a philanthropist, winner of the African Man of the Year in Food Security 2014 and 2024, the Are Bamofin of Yoruba Empire, a celebrated advocate of quality and functional education in Nigeria, former pro-chancellor of the University of Lagos, former chairman of all pro-chancellors of Nigerian universities, and the founder of the increasingly famous Afe Babalola University, Ado-Ekiti, Abuad. Ranked by Times Higher Education Impact Ranking as #1 in the world in SDG 7, #1 in the world in outreach with a score of 98%, #1 in the world in stewardship with a score of 98.2%, #1 amongst the 264 federal, state, and private universities in Nigeria for 3 consecutive years, 2022, 23, and 2024, #4 in Africa, #142 amongst the 2,152 universities ranked globally in 2024. Are Afe Babalola's journey is remarkable and an inspirational example of everything we strive to do as a university: to educate, to empower, and to give back. In 2023, Are Afe Babalola celebrated his 60th anniversary of being called to the bar in England and Wales, after being awarded the Bachelor of Law degrees through the University of London's Distance and Flexible Learning Program in 1963. The longevity of his career is even more remarkable, as Are Afe Babalola's classroom education ended before he could start secondary school, as his parents were unable to afford the school fees. Distance and flexible learning have been very critical to Are Afe Babalola's extraordinary success. He passed the Cambridge School Certificate exam, the GCE ordinary level, the GCE advanced level, all through independent study. Are Afe Babalola used these qualifications to become a secondary school teacher, earning enough money to enroll on the University of London's external system. Through this program of correspondence-based teaching, he obtained both his bachelor's degree in economics in 1959 and his LLB honors in 1963 by remote study. In recognition of his extraordinary career, in 1987, Are Afe Babalola became a senior advocate of Nigeria, SAN, the highest rank in legal profession in Nigeria. This man for whom education was life-changing, as himself seized every opportunity to make education life-changing for people across generations. Whilst continuing his practice of law through the Emmanuel Chambers, which he founded in 1965, he sought to contribute to the advancement of the next generation through mentoring and education. He was pro-chancellor and chair of the governing council of the University of Lagos from 2001 to 2007. And before that, he was the chair of the Committee of Pro-Chancellors of Nigerian Universities. On different occasions, he has made philanthropic contributions through student scholarships and the building of infrastructure. In 2009, he founded our prestigious university, the Afe Babalola University, Abuad, which has grown rapidly and has been ranked by Times Higher Education as #1 university in Nigeria for impact for 3 consecutive years, 2022, 2023, 2024, #4 in Africa, #142 amongst 2,152 universities ranked globally. Thanks to Are Afe Babalola, SAN, many more young people in Nigeria today and for generations to come will have access to opportunities that otherwise would not have been possible or available to them. Its transformative donation has helped King's College to create the Afe Babalola Center for Transnational Education at King's College London. This center will offer life-changing education through blended and online programs to help talented young Africans contribute to their communities and to the world. It will also provide valuable opportunity to strengthen and grow King's work with leading university partners in Africa to deliver bespoke, transformative education and fund student scholarships to encourage more young people to seek a rewarding education. Are Afe Babalola, SAN, OFR, has been tireless in its efforts to break down the barriers for young Africans and to increase access to high-quality education for talented Africans. In Are's own words, and I quote, "Education is the unquestionable panacea to ignorance, poverty, extremism, religious bigotry, and tribalism, among other vices. King's shares my belief in the power of education for the underprivileged." End of quote. In recognition of a career and life dedicated to providing opportunities to others, the University of London bestowed an honorary degree on Are Afe Babalola in 2015, making him a treble alumnus of the university. Are Afe Babalola is an impact multiplier who has built bridges across generations that will seamlessly connect the world of today and that of tomorrow. It is my pleasure to present to you this renowned advocate, farmer, philanthropist, educator, leading legal author who has written several books which are used in courts and universities, distinguished leading lawyer, notable healthcare provider. Are Afe Babalola owns the prestigious award of the Officer of the Federal Republic, OFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, African Man of the Year Award in Food Security in 2014. Are Afe Babalola's life philosophy is, he prays most who works the hardest. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I present our leading legal light, an icon, father of the law in this country, a prominent medical educator, an unbending philanthropist, a bridge builder, Are Afe Babalola, OFR, CON, SAN, BSc London, LLD London, LLD Honoris Causa London, LLD Honoris Causa Unilag, LLD Honoris Causa University of Ibadan, LLD Honoris Causa University of Ajo-Ekiti, LLD Honoris Causa University of Jos, Delete Honoris Causa Kogi State University, Doctor of Letters Honoris Causa Nigerian Defense Academy, Doctor of Management Honoris Causa Federal University of Technology Akure, Fellow Nigerian Institute of Advanced Legal Studies, Fellow Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, Fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers, to be bestowed and decorated today as a Fellow of King's College, London.
Thank you very much. I need not say anything more but to present this award, and on behalf of the Chair of Council of King's College London, Lord Christopher Guide, and on behalf of the President of the Vice Chancellor and Vice Chancellor of King's College London, Professor Kshitij Kapoor, I hereby present to you the award of the Fellowship of King's College London.
Please, you may have your seat, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. If I were in your shoes, I would make deliberate efforts to be doing what Ariafebala did to have merited this award. Will anybody try that? Thank you. It's a tall order, I know. The Chief Executive Officer of this great state is right here with us, albeit in a representative capacity. In Abuad, we have an HOS. It is a lot different from yours, ma. HOS is head of school. I want to invite the representative. The HOS of the school is already laughing. I want to invite the representative of the governor, our dear sister, mother and friend, Dr. Folakemi Olomojobi, the HOS, to please make some remarks. Let's celebrate the governor, ably represented by the HOS.
father, my own father particularly, and grandfather to many of us. It's difficult to speak after the citation. I was carried away as I listened to Baba's citation. He's a wealthy man by all ranking, in my own assessment, the wealthiest man of all, the one who has affected so many lives. Like has been said, is a man well fitted in the kingly garments that he wears today. On behalf of our governor, His Excellency Biodun Abayomi Uyibanji, I want to express his apology for not being here today. He called very late in the night that he would have loved to be here, but is unavoidably absent. Sir, I want to celebrate you, like has been said, and I join others to celebrate our matriarch, the Yafi Are Afe Babalola herself, for this great occasion. I think this is one of the most important things that we can see in a lifetime. A man that has traversed generations, a man that is impacting nations, is impacting the whole world. As I read through the accomplishments of Afe Babalola University today, I also went online to read about Baba's impact across the world, in the legal world, in the medical world, in the science world, in invention. It's unfathomable. A living legend of our time. On behalf of Mr. Governor, I've been asked to let you know that your children in Ekiti really will celebrate you. Your children across the world will celebrate you. We're so proud of you. Ekiti is proud of you because you did not move all of your achievements outside the world. Anywhere we go, we proudly say we're from Ekiti State, where Abuad sits, where we have a living legend called Are Afe Babalola. Daddy, thank you so much for what you're doing. I want to appreciate King's College London for adding to his cup this morning. I would have thought there was no other fellowship for Baba to earn again. But as I listen to the criteria for which he's been offered this fellowship this morning, I don't know if anybody caught it, is the fellowship for transformative leaders. Baba has been compared to world leaders. Well, I proudly say this morning, he has surpassed the Abraham Lincoln, he has surpassed the Mandela of South Africa, he's surpassing all that we can know. Because if you look at where he's coming from, I bet I can't see any young person who will wear that cap. Sir, Mr. Governor has said that I should congratulate you, and we have desired of God that will spare you many more years so that we can celebrate it. On behalf of the entire Ekiti people, the government, the people of Ekiti State, we say congratulations, sir. We're proud of you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. The HOS. Please, you may have your seat, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Madam Vice Chancellor, this is for you. When the governor, ably represented by the HOS, was presenting his remarks, I noted the comportment in the HOS. I noted her power of delivery, her towering posture cannot be ignored. I think I have deliberately gone out to ask for her area of specialization. I think she's a good candidate to come and lecture here. What do you think, ma? We will look into that. God bless you, ma. The father agrees. Thank you very much, ma. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a lot has been said about the honoree of today by the Vice Chancellor, by Professor Oloni Shakin, by Professor Lawuyi, who read that wonderful citation, and by the governor of the state. I have no doubt in my mind that the honoree will have one or two things to say. On this note, may I invite to the podium the honoree of today for his own remarks.
Thank you, everybody. Take your seats. It will look like if I was a lunatic, if I started to dance alone without music. Today is a great day. A day that is not like another day. I thank all of you present, and I adopt all existing protocols. I thank all those who have spoken on my behalf. First, Professor Lawuyi, who read my CV. That was fantastic, Professor. Apart from being so brilliantly read, it was also very, very rich. I applied to have a copy of what you wrote about me. Thank you. I thank Dr. Lomojobi. Little did I expect so much from him, from Harada. I phoned at about 12:30 this morning to the governor of the state, informing him that members of Think College were here and they intend to give an award to me. He said, alas, I'm in Abuja. I should be there. I said, well, there's nothing you can do. He said he was going to send a representative. I agreed. I saw the young lady. When she mentioned her name, I remembered that she's the daughter of a former judge. One of the most brilliant judges before whom I appeared as a lawyer. I have respect for her. She handled very, very many difficult cases and came out unscathed. Today, I'm sending to your mother to please thank her for what I know of her, for those great judgments, and for producing you. I was carried away with all the things you said about me. In a short time, for that matter, you are a wonderful gift to Ekiti. Thank you. God bless you. Now I have with me today Professor Fumi Olonishakin, who led a team of highly distinguished professors and administrators from King's College to this place. Mr. Brent Dempster, senior advisor to the president of King's College. Stand up for recognition. Shuval Nyosi, Executive Director of the African Leadership. Shual Nyoni, Executive Director of African Leadership. Are you here? The same person? Okay. Dr. Adeuti Dipeolu, Coordinator of Ibola Center. Nancy Jima, ABC. Lucas Palumbo, Progressive Manager, ABC. And Dr. Chris Nse, King's Academy. Please let all of you stand up. May I ask my people to join me in thanking them in my own way. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank my Vice Chancellor, all members of our staff in Abuad, my beautiful students who are here for pharmacy and medicine, all others are watching you on television in their homes now. I greet you all. Give yourself a round of applause for this day. You are witnessing an incident and an occasion, many of which we will never see again. It's not a cause. It's not often that we have King's College send so many people here to Nigeria to celebrate somebody in Nigeria, not even in Abuad. It has never happened before. It's happening today. I consider it a great honor to receive this prestigious honorary fellowship of the King's College London. I'm proud to receive this invitation signed by the Chairman of Council of King's College, the Right Honorable Lord Gates, stating that the fellowship, quote, is awarded to individuals who have had a transformative impact. I repeat, transformative impact on the college, on King's College, through quality of their work or activities, or whose accomplishments are exceptional and align with King's aspirations and values. I'm enormously delighted and pleased to have been found worthy of such a rare honor. I sincerely thank my dear distinguished Professor Fumi Olanishakin, FKC, and all the members of our team who have traveled all the way from London to Nigeria to personally present this fellowship award to me. And I thank all of you for being witnesses, not witnesses alone, but eyewitnesses of the event of today. It has been my personal desire and earnest wish to provide the same opportunity for transformative education that God gave me. This is because there are still millions of underprivileged Nigerians and Africans, brilliant people here in Nigeria and around the world who have the same problem like I had when I was a young person. Every person that desires to have quality education should have a global platform, an opportunity to do so, even from the most remote village. I was therefore very delighted that King's College London warmed up to this idea, and we established Afebala Transnational Educational Center. I repeat, Afebala Transnational Education Center, with the aim of reviving the correspondence education system, which I had, and infused with modern technology for greater reach and impact. In this age of artificial intelligence and digital revolution, modern technology provides even greater opportunity to revive the dying correspondence education system and to further modernize it to reach more people today from anywhere in the world. What I mean by that is that in my time, there was no electricity. How did we read? We used lantern to read. When there was no kerosene, we used palm oil. Put some cotton in it and make light for you out of it. I'm sure you don't know what I'm talking about, but you never know it. That was how we read. And in my own case, my own education stopped in primary 6, as we were told. I couldn't go further. I give glory to God. I also thank those people who invented training through correspondence. Without it, I would have died as a farmer long ago. However, things have changed. In the age of artificial intelligence and digital revolution, modern technology provides even greater opportunity now to revive the dying correspondence education system of that time and to further modernize it to reach more people today from anywhere in the world. I sit in my room, turn on my television, and hook up to other people from Saudi Arabia, USA, England, and so on. We are in an age totally different, totally unenvisaged by us at that time. But at our own time, there was no electricity at all. There was no water. The same river where we urinate and pass etc. But the same one we were drinking. No wonder, out of 10 children in family, more than 8, 9 or whatever die. And we know why. The biggest menace facing quality education today, especially in Nigeria and across Africa, is the proliferation of mushroom satellite campuses, where you have no light, where you have no water. I traveled to one public university, state university, not far away from here, I won't mention the name. More than half of the students were sitting outside, peeping from the window, listening to what the lecturer was saying. And their incinerator was the forest next to it. So I said again, the biggest menace facing quality education as we have here throughout the whole of Africa is these mushrooms, colleges and universities. And the earlier something is done about quality and functional education by establishing universities like this one, not by government alone, but by all of us who can afford it, and very many can afford it, the better. That is my plea today. Nigeria must catch up with others. Distance education should not mean poor or low quality education. I went through distance learning. My teachers would post to me the contents of what they wanted me to read, including notes of lessons. Because I was serious, I would read it. Read it over and over, make notes, and then reply their questions, and they will answer back. They were dedicated people. But for these white men who initiated what we call distance learning, I would have remained a primary six person forever. Please give a round of applause to them. Now that process, that system is virtually dead. So I decided to call on King's College, which is part of the University of London, to revive that system. And if revived, many Afro Babalolas will emerge again. And that is my plea to Professor Olorishake and his people. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, today's occasion is undoubtedly one of my proudest life moments in appreciation of my contribution to education. It must not be forgotten that education remains the surest panacea to the achievement of quality and productive living and the amelioration of social ills such as religious bigotry, corruption, ineptitude, bribery, poor leadership and followership, wanton acquisition of illegal wealth, disobedience to legitimate court orders, including International Court of Justice at The Hague. Therefore, I want to thank the entire management of the King's College London for this great honor and for making today possible. I'm particularly grateful to you who have come to witness this investiture. I want to especially acknowledge the Vice Chancellor and all the principal officers of our board. My students who are here, this is an opportunity for you to be emulated. You can be better than this man. I've always told you, and you know what I say, you'll be better than me. We are giving you opportunity to do so. This is an opportunity for you. I hope you will not miss it. Finally, once more, please extend my sincere thanks and appreciation to all the members of King's College, particularly the leadership, for this honor done me. I look forward to making our relationship succeed, and by the grace of God, we will produce more Afe Babalolas through you. God bless you. Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́.
Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbù ọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi. Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbù ọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi. Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbù ọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi. Bí ènìyàn kan lọ́lọ́run mi rí o. Bí ènìyàn kan lọ́lọ́run mi rí. Bí ènìyàn kan lọ́lọ́run mi rí o. Bí ènìyàn kan lọ́lọ́run mi rí. Ẹ̀dá ló ń gbàgbé. Olúwa kò gbàgbé lẹ́nìkan. Bí ènìyàn kan lọ́lọ́run mi rí. Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbù ọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi. Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbù ọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi.
Thank you, technical team. We'll come back to that. We appreciate all of you. Before we round off this session, like I told you immediately after now, we are going to the workshop proper. But before we ask one of our leaders to give the vote of thanks, may I, with your permission, go back to the head of service. We'll come back to that. Congratulations, ma. We appreciate a lot. You came in as Dr. Folakemi Olomojobi, the head of service for this great state. Like I told you immediately, but you are going back home with a new name. Can you remember? The leader called you, gave you a name, that you are a great gift to Ekiti State. Congratulations. The founders and the vice chancellor, I'm beginning to see through the prism before me the reason for the comportment, the power of delivery, and the diction of the HOS. I found out that she was educated in the best university in Nigeria before the advent of Abuad. And that is the University of Lagos. Let's celebrate my sister. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, when the Deputy Vice Chancellor Addis was delivering the citation, I was swept off my feet. I don't know, say lawyers, they do that kind of thing. It was deep, convincing, and moving. I think I want to listen to his voice again. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite the Deputy Vice Chancellor Addis to please give us the vote of thanks. Professor Lawi, please.
Our Chancellor and founder of Afe Babalola University, the latest fellow of King's College London, and our distinguished Yeye Modupe Babalola, the CEO of Abuad Ventures, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Elizabetta Smaranda Olarinde, as the saying goes, silent gratitude is of no use to anyone. Let me therefore, on behalf of all of us at Abuad, to express our deepest and most profound gratitude for making today another wonderful day at Abuad. Every day is a great day at Abuad. First, I start by appreciating the Executive Governor of Ekiti State, Governor Biodun Oyebanji, ably represented by our eloquent head of service, Dr. Olu Folake Olomojobi. Thank you. We appreciate the entire management of King's College London, especially the Vice President and Vice Principal of International, Professor Fumi Olonishakin. Thank you. And we thank all members of the delegation from King's College for coming and for learning new dancing steps while here. We also appreciate the entire planning and technical committee for today's event, especially Dr. Bayo Ogudipe, the Director of ICT. I saw him dancing online earlier on. We thank him and the entire team for the smooth and efficient delivery of today's event and for making it available to the whole world to see in the spirit of technology-driven distance education. Last but not the least, we want to specially again congratulate and appreciate the fellow Are Dr. Afe Babalola, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, for his lifetime of inspiring us, and for this latest chapter of transformational education, the legacy of the Afe Babalola Center for Transnational Education, for the benefit of the current and future generation. We are inspired. We thank you, sir. Long may you live for us, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your participation in today's event, and we wish everyone safe return back to your destination and pleasant learning as we continue with the rest of the workshop here. I thank you very much.
Thank you, dear Professor. In rounding off, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please may we be upstanding so that we can run the 3 anthems which will mark the end of this celebration. But please don't forget, immediately after now, the workshop proper commences. Thank you.
A unique environment with aesthetic structures and beckoning university. Delivery unequal. Design for high quality education to mold character and infuse knowledge how to lead others. Proud of our brand, the launching path to excellence with determination and faith in our broad philosophy of industry, service and character. Our future for greatness and excellence is assured. And excellence is assured. And excellence is assured.
Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate you for being part of this momentous occasion. Please note, after this time out, the workshop proper commences. But to record this on the side of history, please may we have a photo session with our friends from KC, just around this corner. Photo session here, please.
Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbùwọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi. 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 Bí ènìyàn kan lọ́lọ́run mi rí o. Bí ènìyàn kan lọ́lọ́run mi rí. Bí ènìyàn kan lọ́lọ́run mi rí o. Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbùwọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi. Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbùwọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi. Ẹni bá ń kàròjinlẹ̀ ló lè mọ̀ pé èmi yóò gbé ọ̀gá Olúwa. Ẹni bá ń kàròjinlẹ̀ ló lè mọ̀ pé èmi yóò gbé ọ̀gá Olúwa. Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbùwọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi. Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbùwọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi.
Hello. Please, procession in reverse order. Please, may we be upstanding. Procession is taking place now in reverse order. Thank you. Technical team, please take down the music. Thank you. Procession in reverse order. Let's be upstanding. Thank you.
Check 1, 2. Okay. 0, 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Oh yeah, 1 2, check 1 2, 0 1 2.
Please, we want everyone that have registered to come and have their seats. Please, if you are for this program, if you have registered for this program, please kindly take your food and come and have your seats. We want to start, please. Please, if you have registered for this workshop, please kindly come to your seat, please. Thank you. Please, we want all the participants to come to the middle place. We want to start the program now. Yes, they should come to the middle. No, it's okay like this. Please, we want all the participants. Please, let's come around so that the program can start, please. Please, if you have your food with you, please, you can bring it to your seat here, please. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. We are starting right away for this Afebawala Center for Transnational Education. We will kick the program running by inviting the Vice Chancellor of Afebawala University, Professor Smaranda Olarinde, to welcome us for this aspect of the program. Let's clap our hands together. Round of applause for the Vice Chancellor. You are welcome, ma. Thank you, ma.
Once again, thank you for your patience. And now that we have had a light refreshment, we are ready to face our day, the real day, the second part of today's very important program. On this note, I would like to stand on the already established protocol in the morning, but please let me specially recognize our participants. Our participants, give yourself a round of applause. Without you wouldn't have been here today. Our partners, our distinguished colleagues from faraway Europe, King's College London, United Kingdom, came down because of you. We are grateful, our partners. We are highly appreciated. And on behalf of the entire university, the founder, the chancellor, the board of trustees, the governing council, once again, I welcome you for the second part of the program. But before then, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, members of the Afebawala University community, and our highly honored partners from King's College, London. It is with immense pleasure and pride that I welcome you all to this significant event, the pre-pilot workshop in the Afebawala Center for Education instituted in King's College, London, United Kingdom. Today marks a momentous occasion as we gather to not only discuss the future of this transformative educational initiative, but also, as we celebrated in the morning, the fellowship by King's College London upon our highly revered founder, Areafe Emmanuel Babalola. Firstly, I would like to state with all pride that the Areafe Babalola Center for Transnational Education is a groundbreaking initiative designed to revolutionize access to quality education for underprivileged students across the African continent. By leveraging the expertise and resources of the international, globally recognized King's College London. This center aims to provide a comprehensive educational framework that transcends borders, times, empowering young minds and fostering a new generation of leaders. Today's pre-private workshop is a crucial step in the realization on this ambitious project. Our goal is to conduct a thorough needs assessment to ensure that the center addresses the specific educational requirement and aspirations of students across the continent. Your participations, our beloved participants, insights and feedback are invaluable as we seek to build an inclusive, responsive, and impactful education program. We are privileged to have assembled a diverse group of experts, educators, policymakers, and stakeholders for this workshop. Your collective wisdom, experience will guide us in shaping a curriculum that not only meets international standards, but is also tailored to the unique context and challenges of our continent, the African students. Together, we explore innovative approaches, identify key priorities, and establish a solid, enduring foundation for the center's future success. I would like to take this opportunity to express my deepest gratitude to King's College London for their partnership and support in this endeavor. Their commitment to excellence and their belief in the transformative power of education align perfectly with the vision of our great founder. This collaboration signifies a powerful synergy that will undoubtedly yield remarkable outcomes for students and educators alike. In conclusion, I extend my sincere thanks to all participants for your presence and contributions today. Your dedication to the cause of education and your commitment to improving the life of other young people across Africa are truly remarkable. I'm confident that our discussions and deliberations will pave the way for a brighter, more equitable future in education. Let us embark on this journey together with a shared sense of purpose and a steadfast commitment to excellence. On this note, it is my singular privilege to declare the pre-pilot study workshop on transformational education open today, here at Afe Babalola University in the heart of Africa. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ma. Let's appreciate our Vice Chancellor. Thank you very much. Now that the pre-pilot workshop, study workshop on transnational education has been declared open by our Vice Chancellor, Professor Smaranda Olarinde, we now proceed by getting information, introduction to the Afe Babalola Center for Transnational Education and the overall objectives of the project. It's my pleasure to invite Professor Fumi Olonishakin, representative from King's College London, to give us information on the transnational education and the overall objectives. You are welcome, Ma. Let's clap for her. Thank you, Ma.
Thank you so much, Vice Chancellor, Professor Olarinde. That was so much appreciated. I want to really appreciate all the effort you have made, not just to host us, but to make Aboad a place that is so welcoming to us at King's College London. but also to the Afe Babalola Center for Transnational Education that we launched last year. Thank you very much. I want to make 4 sets of points because we've heard so much this morning about the ambitions that underpin the Afe Babalola Center for Transnational Education. And the effort to make this a reality requires doing something that we haven't done before, in a sense. So the first set of points I want to make really is to connect to Baba Are Afe Babalola's story this morning. And that story was simple. In all of its ramifications, the central message was that without being able to access quality higher education, he would not have been who, he would not be who he became, who he's become, in a sense. So distance, or what is called remote education, made quality education possible for him. And as you heard, he got those 2 degrees in the University of London, one through the London School of Economics, BSc Economics, 1959, the second through the University of London's LLB law program in 1963, I believe, or 64. And the rest of it is history. Today, what you call distance education is known with all sorts of names, whether you call it online or virtual learning, whatever it is. It leads me to my second point. Because how do you get to the other Afe Babalolas, as he said? He wants many more Afe Babalolas like himself, which means young people of limited means who are really bright, who are the brightest and the best that they can be in the environment and globally, but of limited means and therefore cannot access quality, I keep stressing quality higher education, because they can't afford it. You heard him this morning, he said he wants that kind of education to be accessible to every bright person in every village. That's a tall order, but it's not an impossible thing to do. But my point, this second point that I want to make, is about the scale of the challenge in Africa. There are millions of young Afe Babalolas. And when you look at the statistics really make things look dire. These are only estimates because we don't even know how many Nigerians there are in actual fact, let alone how many Africans there are. But we have some estimates. We know already that more than 450 million Africans are between the age of 18 to 35. We also know that well over 400 million young Africans are under the age of 18 in a continent of more than 1.2 billion people. In a sense, I know these are estimates, but if you put Africa and India as the same size, India is what, depending on what you're counting, 1.2, 1.4 billion. The only difference is that all of those people are contained in one country, India. All of these people in Africa are contained in 54, 55 African countries. But the plight is exactly the same. Today, just about 10% of those young Africans are registered in higher education. It is the lowest registration rate in the world. In India, we estimate it at about 27% of those young people. In the UK, more than 50% young people are in higher education. In Latin America, maybe some 27, 28% or so. I mean, these are rough estimates, are in higher education. So how can we give every bright young African, every bright young Nigerian a fighting chance to succeed in life if we don't have accessibility to quality higher education, not the mushroom training centers, low quality training centers that are dotted across the continent? This exists in Nigeria, you know, it's not only in Nigeria. In Nigeria, let me bring it back home. The National Universities Commission will give you the data that of this average age 19.5 years of people, of the population in Nigeria, every year we have about 2.2 million applications to university. There are only about 500,000 to 700,000 places for students, for those young people to go to. How do you then say that you're preparing them for quality education and quality employment? How do you then say you're giving them, how do we say we're giving them a fighting chance to reach their fullest potential? That is the challenge. The scale of that challenge is humongous. Humongous. But it is not impossible to deal with. The difference between the life of the young Afe Babalola, who was able to send, you know, his assignment to London and get notes of teachers, is that today technology makes everything possible. You heard him as well. He talked about artificial intelligence. If we're going to do this, technology is essential, absolutely essential. And we grasp, you know, that challenge. We want to really grasp it. And that's my third point. The third point, therefore, is that we want, through this center, to seize this potential to reach every bright African by using the best technologies possible to scale, scalability of quality higher education. It is possible. We do that at King's. We have about 35,000 full-time students. You can have, say, additional 5,000 students in the virtual space. So you can teach 40,000 students, give them quality higher education. But if I've just told you 450 million people, young people, are here ready for that education, but they don't have access to it. In Nigeria, you see how many are squeezed out of university places per year. And I'm not suggesting that every young person will go to university. There are many young people, too, who have had quality, you know, higher education, post-secondary education, and they have done amazing things. But the quality education that precedes the amazing thing is what I want to really stress. So to reach this scalable, to be able to do this at scale, quality higher education at scale, technology is important. The first thing, the last point I want to make, which then connects to my final point about what the Afe Babalola Center is and what we're trying to do today, is to say that you cannot offer quality education to hundreds of thousands or millions without training the teachers who will give that kind of quality education. Today, with technology, it means that you need the quality, the scale of excellence that understands online virtual pedagogy or blended pedagogy and that can reach young people with every form of technology anywhere in the world. That's what we're talking about. Now, just to close on why we're here, what the center is trying to do and why we're here, it should now be clear to you that the Afe Babalola Center for Transnational Education has grabbed this challenge, wants to take us to the next step. And three of the ways it wants to take us to the next step is to say, let us try to train. The big objective is, can we train and educate 1 million work-ready youth within 10 years? 1 million work-ready African youth. Read Nigerian as well. Within 10 years. That's what we put on the table. And related to then there, how many quality teachers can we teach to help us along that challenge? In fact, we're saying, let's start with 100 trainers of educators, meaning those who would train the teachers. After the 100, can we work with partners to train 1,000 trainers of educators? online pedagogy and subject matter pedagogy, health, engineering and design, law, which is Baba's area, education itself, with all of the requisite skills that are required. Training quality teachers is key. Lastly, can those teachers design programs that are fit for purpose for these 21st century young people? Some of them are in the room. If we're going to do that, Baba's saying, was it Professor Lofintila that said earlier about the late Bashorun Abiola's quote? I keep quoting that, but I never really ascribe that to him. That no matter how good a hairdresser you are, you cannot dress my hair, or no matter how good a barber you are, you cannot shave my hair in my absence. So charity begins at home. We want to come back first and not just design a program from the Afe Babalola Center at King's and say, here you go. We want to check what actually is going on in every context. What do learners think about the education they have now? What are their gaps? If you want to train and educate 1 million work-ready youth, what will it take? What do the learners want? How are they experiencing life? What more can we do for them? What are the teachers saying about the education that is on offer now, this very moment, today? What are the gaps? What are the barriers? How do you think we should shape the work of this center? What do employers think? What kind of young people are you employing? What are the gaps? What should we do together to give you better qualified, work-ready youth? What are our hopes and dreams? If we could dream about this center, what do we want it to do? That's why we're here. That's why with our board, we have identified, and we will soon hear from Professor Ojo. You know who's in the room, but with the, with the partnership that we have with our board, we were able to bring you together in this room today to roll up our sleeves and to work hard and have very tough conversations about the reality of the moment in our country, in our states, in the different community contexts where we work. And I want to thank you. I don't take it for granted that you made time to come. I want to truly appreciate the fact that we're here together and hope we can do much together today. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Let's give us another round of applause. Thank you very much, ma'am, for that well-highlighted objectives. We appreciate you. We celebrate you. Thank you very much. Now we welcome Professor Elizabeth Ojo to give us some other information to welcome us. Our mommy is the Dean of Nursing, Abuad. Let's give her a round of applause. A lot of achievements have been recorded in the just concluded induction of nursing. You are welcome, ma. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my pastor. I sincerely greet my vice chancellor, our indefatigable vice chancellor, a workaholic. She's my role model. And I say it loud, anywhere I am, that I love her. And I follow her footsteps. Thank you very much, ma, for being a good leader, for leading us every time to achieve the aims, the vision, and the mission of our father and our founder, Afe Babalola. Thank you so much. You have recorded a lot of achievements during your tenure. Higher times ranking, 3 times. Afe is first. Globally, we are first in SDG goals and so many other things. So we thank you very much, ma. I greet my librarian, all other principal officers, the DAP, the DNS, AMSH, I recognize you. Thank you for doing a great job. My colleagues in nursing, thank you very much. I cannot do it alone without you. You are all here to support us. God bless you all. I greet especially the leader from the King's College, Professor Oloni Shaki. It's amazing to be with her so many times now. I was in UK for a familiarization tour with the nursing program there, and I was highly welcomed. It was awesome. I can't forget the experience that I had with them. And I want her to specially thank the nursing division for me for that beautiful experience that I had over there. Now, my job is simple, is to welcome all of you. I sincerely want to thank people from Akure, Ondo State. And I give that thanks to Dr. Jemi Lugba, who was able to coordinate the people from Ondo. Can you raise up your hands to see those of you from Ondo, please? Thank you very much for coming. We really appreciate you. I also want to thank in particular Mrs. Ajishafe. Is she here? Because she was able to coordinate the teachers. I don't know most teachers in Ekiti State. And being the principal of our international school, I got reached to her and she did very well. Ms. Ajishafe, thank you. Now the categories are in 4. The teachers category, the employers, the workers, and the students category. Professor Oloni Shaki will be here to speak more of it. We are going to be in 8 groups very soon. We will know the group that you belong to. Please, the workshop continues tomorrow, and I don't want to say a very long speech than to welcome you and say we appreciate you for coming. Thank you very much. Thank you. The list of the participants are with me. After Professor Oloni Shaki has spoken, I will read out the names, and you know the group that you belong to. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Let's give her a round of applause. Let's appreciate her. Thank you very much, Ma, for that welcome address. Again, we welcome Professor Fumi Oloni Shaki to give us more information, the framing of the day's workshop. Information how we have different groups. We have employers, community providers, teachers, learners. So we give us how the day will go. You are welcome, Ma. Let's clap for her again. Thank you, Ma.
Thank you so much. Now we get down to business. And this is how today will be organized. Actually, the entire workshop will be organized in this way. We will leave this plenary session, and then we're divided into 4 kinds of groups. And you know there's a lot of space here. One of the things I really like about this is how flexible the space is, and we can convert different areas very quickly. 5 groups will be upstairs, but there are 4 kinds of groups. The first groups along the line that you've just heard, that I mentioned earlier. We have employers in the room. Secondly, we have community providers, those who really provide support and skills to young people in the room. Thirdly, we have teachers in the room. Fourthly, we have learners in the room. Because of the numbers of people present, learners, of course, are the most. So we've divided everyone into 8 groups. 4 groups of learners so that we can manage the sizes, so that we can then closely discuss many of the questions that have just been, that I'm going to point out now, that I pointed out earlier. Upstairs, we will have 4, all the learner groups. I myself will be anchoring one of the learner groups. My colleagues, there's 16 of us, 8 of us as core anchors for each of the groups. Another 8, thank you to my board colleagues. Some people came last minute, literally. Thanks, Prof. Ojo, and thanks to my colleagues from abroad. But upstairs, learners in 4 groups. Also upstairs, I think we have the community providers, 1 group of community providers. And so what I will ask us to do is that as soon as I leave here, the learners should go to this side, and you will meet the 8 people that will anchor your sessions. The learners will go to the extreme right of my extreme right, which is your extreme left. The same thing for the community providers. I would say you should go to the back of the room to meet with 2 of my colleagues. And similarly, we have 2 groups of teachers. Please go to the extreme left, my extreme left, your extreme right. Then we have 1 group, am I correct? Is it 1 group of employers? Please go to the back of that room, just to meet first, before we then identify with the learners. Once we meet you, we're going to go upstairs. So now, we're going to have a next session where you meet in the groups to respond to particular questions. There are questions for learners, there are questions for community providers, there are questions for employers, questions for teachers. And we will spend, what time do I have now? We will spend 1 hour and 10 minutes in that group, if we can, and come back here by 2:30. At 2:30, we will have a plenary again, all of us, to hear what people said. I'm actually really very curious as to whether the learners in the room, that's why we've separated you from everyone else, so that you can talk very frankly. And you see, I'm not one of your teachers, so you can speak very honestly to me in the group, right? We'll have a really good conversation about what you experience and what you think the gaps are that we should attend to. But since we don't attach names to who said what, my colleague Lucas will be putting everything on board as you begin to report. One of our facilitators will do a summary report for us. But one of the learners or one of the employers will do your own group report, and you will stand here and report back. So between 2:30 and 3:30, we will have the report back. One person from that group will come on stage and tell us in 5 minutes, no more than 5 minutes, your answers to each of the questions that we asked. So that's how it will run. At 3:30, we go and get food. And we'll try to keep it as short as possible so that we can come back, we can go back again into groups. We will announce here how we're going back into the same groups to roll up our sleeves and see what we can do, how far we can get before tomorrow. Does that sound okay? So Prof. Ojo, I'm thinking instead of reading the names, they go by the groups they're from. So in the groups, we can now see who's present. Is that okay? So please let's do that. Rapidly, learners to the extreme right here, all learners. At the back there, we have community providers. To the extreme left, we would have teachers. At the back there, we have employers. And my colleagues who are anchoring will introduce themselves. Thank you very much. Is Dr. Bello in the room? Do we have Dr. Bello in the room? Fantastic. Please go with my colleague Brent to the employer group. Thank you so much.
and it's a very good experience. So now we have the feedback from different groups. We have, as we know, we have one employer group, one employer, two community providers, that is, they are in two groups, and teachers, two groups for teachers, and 4 groups for learners. So, and each group are to report within 5 minutes. It's a lot of work. I know we have a lot of information from our groups, from the breakout session, but let us work hard to summarize. We want the details, the reaction to those questions. Within 5 minutes, a volunteer, somebody from the group will come out and tell us the outcome from the group within 5 minutes. So I will call the employers. Who is representing the group for the employers to come forth and tell us the information that they have gathered from those questions from the group in within 5 minutes. Let's clap for them. Employers, let's clap. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kolawole Fadansi. I'm representing the employers category. We look at 3 questions and we try to deliberate, try to answer them. As employers of laborers, we have identified some gaps. We look at those things that we see among the young people today that are really lacking, and then we identify them. One of it is not ready to learn. Most of our youths are not ready to learn. There's this get rich quick syndrome. They just want to make money almost immediately. They are not ready to work and then earn her living. Bad parenting. We also identify bad parenting. A lot of times our parents go about looking for money, trying to work, and they abandon their children. They leave teaching or training of their children for the teachers in the schools. Okay, and then social media escapades. A lot of time, our young people don't know how to manage social media. They don't know, all they do is go on TikTok, try to get love stuff. Then screen time, misplacement of priorities. Most of the time, young people, they do not know how to manage what they have around them. Nonchalant attitude. They are not ready to do anything. Laziness, drug abuse, society building, and then we look at social vices. Then the second question we try to answer are the skills that the young people lack. We identified that we have hard and soft skills. Reasoning skills is one of the skills that our young people lack. They are not ready to learn. Most of the time, a child of 5 years is already asking you for calculator to calculate something. They can't just reason through their skill, use their head, brain, to want to calculate something. They don't, ICT skill, they lack ICT skill. Communication skills, really lacking. And then leadership skills. We talk about emotional coaching, emotional intelligence skills. Time management, discipline skills, management skill, financial skill. Then finally, entrepreneurship skills. Most of the time in our education curriculum in Nigeria, they introduce to young people very late entrepreneurship skills, so it's lacking. And then we will try to look at what to do. What can we do about these stuffs that we have mentioned? We said parents need to get on board. Parents need to be conscious about training. It is not just an inbuilt something. You must learn how to be a better parent. Our curriculum needs to be revisited. We talk about motivation. when your child has done something worth of rewarding, you should reward such a child. Or maybe in a workplace, if your staff has actually done something exceptional, we should try to reward them. We will talk about rules and discipline. Rules and discipline is very important also. We must let young people know that there is rule of engagement in an organization. When you do this, you get this. When you do this, you get this. They need to be conscious of it. And we'll talk about we should have short, medium, and long-term planning. It is very important. We must plan for our future. And we'll talk about as parents, as employer, you must be a role model. You must be a role model. It is our young people learn from older people what they do. It is not about what you tell them, but what you yourself you are doing. And then we'll talk about our behavior generally must be the one that can help actually to shape our environment to a greater height. Then we also talked about our governments. Our governments should do everything possible to make our society a better place. I want to say thank you for the opportunity, and thank you, employer category, for giving me the opportunity to represent you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the employer groups. Now we call somebody from the community providers. Who is representing you? Community provider. We want somebody to come up and tell us something from your deliberation within 5 minutes. Let's clap for her. Thank you very much. You introduce yourself and tell us what you have gathered from the group. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rita Ilevai. I'm representing the community. We're able to identify from our group that presently, as it is in the community, when we talk about access to education, that most parents now are very much aware about education, and they want their children and their ward to be educated. So the willingness of the parents vis-a-vis the amount of resources that they have, then we already have established educational system in Nigeria, the 6334 system. Then we also have pathways to education in either formal or informal. We have the formal schools, we have the informal schools, and we also have the conventional school for our brothers and sisters in the Muslim community who are not either in government school, but those children are provided education through the religious route. And some students have access to education through home training. So what is working for us presently, working for us very well in Nigeria, in the community, is the diversified education. Because of the population in Nigeria, the government schools is not able to serve everybody, but luckily private schools have come on board. So whether private or whether government, that route is open to Nigerian citizens, whether at the private level or at the government level. That is working for us very well. Then diversify education. Everybody wants to go to higher institution, but those that are not able to go to university, there is option to go to the polytechnic, there is option to go to College of Education. We also have some monotechnic, like specialized school of agric and so on and so forth. So because of this diversified level of education, various citizens have one place or the other to fit in. When we come to gaps in education, we identify among others, first and foremost, poverty, a lot of persons still live below the poverty line in Nigeria. We talk about inconsistency in government policy. We talk about insecurity as some of the gap in education. We talk about lack of insufficient and qualified teachers. Presently in Nigeria as it is now, we have a lot of emergency teachers who originally did not go to school to qualify as teachers. But because they do not have employment in their desired chosen career, they find themselves becoming emergency teachers, and that is working negatively on education. So pathway to employment in Nigeria, there are several pathways to employment in Nigeria, among which is job sourcing. When people have graduated and have acquired a skill, they then apply formally. We have the sole proprietorship, people who are doing their private business. We have the route of internship. Through internship, some people form their career path in the world. Then we have a very good scheme in Nigeria known as the National Youth Service Corps. It's really a route. Most people, I even gave my own example in my group, that I found my own passion and my work career during my youth service. Then referral and linkages. A lot of work. People got employment because someone knows someone somewhere or someone referred you to someone somewhere. We have volunteerism. We have business inheritance, and so on and so forth. And we also have remote job. The issue of remote job is gaining ground in Nigeria now. For gap in employment, one of the foremost gap in employment is our employment policies, which are not so friendly. We have corruption in the sense that the people who are more qualified for a job may not necessarily get it, depending on whom you know, leaving out those who have the capacity and the intellect to deliver on the job. As you know, that Nigeria is very much fragmented along tribal and religious lines, so it's also a gap in employment. Some people can never be employed in some places if they do not belong to certain tribe and certain faith. We talk about bad governance and limited government institutions to absorb emerging workers in Nigeria. And the private sector, because of the unfavorable business policies, there are also not so many private sectors organizations that can absorb as many workers as possible. Now, what is working well in Ekiti State for education? We still have the fact that government still prioritizes education. To an extent, basic education is free in Nigeria. We have World Bank support and international donor support. Presently in Ekiti State, we have AJA. AJA is a project on adolescents. It has to do with adolescents and keeping girls in school, which is assisting a lot of Ekiti State government to bring back so many girls who are falling out of school as a result of poverty or gender-based violence. They are now being reintegrated back to school, and AJA is helping to build infrastructures and making schools safer, and especially on work sector. AJA is very, very big on that. We have technical colleges and distant learning. But the gap to that on both employment and education is, for distant learning, for example, we know things about energy. That's our state of energy in Nigeria. Then poverty. You may even have energy, your gadget might be charged, but you may not even have sufficient money to be able to put data in your phone to be able to access online education or to work remotely. This and other that we are able to identify as access to education and employment, and also the gap. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, ma. We appreciate you, and we appreciate everybody in the employers group. Now we call the teachers. We have two groups for the teachers. We are calling the teachers from the Ondo State now. People that are in the front here. Who is representing you? The teachers from the first one here in the first group. Let's appreciate her. Let's clap for her. She will be telling us her views as a teacher and experiences teaching young people. You are welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. Our question is, what are the experiences of teaching young people and ways of helping them? In our group, we observe some things that we like to highlight here. I will start from the lack of infrastructures. There are some schools that we lack infrastructures in terms of building. Even some buildings that are available, the students that occupy them are more than the expected numbers to be in the classrooms. For example, there are some schools where the teachers are using like 2 registers. That means the number of the students are more than 50 in a classroom setting. Then we have lack of interest in education on the part of the students. Most of these students, they have lost interest in education because they believe that education is a scam. And all of them, what they're after presently is money. And they are looking for ways where they can make money quickly through internet fraudsters and other dubious means. Then, a blended education where the cognitive, the affective, and the psychomotor domain should be encouraged. Because student education should not be based on the formal education setting, as in the classroom teaching alone. We should encourage a situation whereby they make use of their talents. There are so many students that the skills are imbibed in them, but using classroom settings alone, we cannot bring the talent out. Curriculum as well should be reviewed. Technology should be implemented in the curriculum, like the usage of the AI. Enumerations for teachers should as well be implemented. When teachers are being paid very well, they will bring out a better result in their teaching. Then the evil alternative, which is called examination malpractices, should be abolished. A situation whereby a student knows that if I don't read very well, there is nothing I'm bringing out of my exam. You know, it will give such a student the kind of means of reading harder for the examination. But situation whereby they have planned that, okay, they are going to bribe some teachers, or they are going to bring out they call it micro-teaching during the exams. You know, they will not do well there. We should avoid the use of vulgar languages. You know, presently in Nigeria, there is economy downturn because so many children come to the school without eating, without their breakfast, and they come late to the school. Situation whereby teachers flog them, or they are using bad languages on the student. There is no way you will teach them, and the student will perform to their best. Then we have to come down to the level of the students. We have to make them our friends. We have to have what we call heart-to-heart relationship with them. We need to go extra miles to be like a friend to them, so that they tell us what their problem is or what they are passing through, so that they can bring out their best. Thank you.
Let's appreciate her more. Then we call the second set of teachers from Ekiti State. You come and represent us within 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mrs. Olanrewaju Oluwatoyin. I'm a representative of Abuad International School. As a teacher, what are my views with these young ones? We should know that learning starts from the home. Most parents, they fail in discharging their duties, and they push the responsibility of taking care of these young ones to the teachers. Most parents, they expect so much from the teachers. Sometimes these children, they are not too happy when they come to school. As teachers, we should develop relationship with them. We should know what they have been going through from home before they come to the school. Some of them, as a teacher, if you are passionate about your job, they will open up to you. They will tell you things happening at home that affects them psychologically, mentally, and even physically. As a teacher, you should be able to observe the mood of your students. If your students are not in good moods, you are not expected to teach. As a teacher, you should be able to change the environment of teaching. Teaching should be conducive enough when you are in a good environment, when the school owners, they give to you good structures. Teaching will take place in a proper way. But if the environment is not conducive enough, teaching will not really take place. Major difference between private schools and public school is that most private school owners, they create good environment for their employees and even the students. You will see students pointing to their parents, I wish to go to this school. I love this school. It may be the uniform that will attract them. It may be the way the students speak that attracts them. So what am I saying as a teacher? From experience, I've realized that teaching is more than a career. Teaching is a kind of a ministry that we as teachers, we should see it as God-given talent that God has given unto us to impact these lives. Because our ability to impact these lives will determine how far they will go. And there is a saying, you cannot give what you don't have. If you don't have knowledge in a particular subject, you cannot really deliver. Then another thing is, as a teacher, I have come to realize that most school owners, they try to pressurize their teachers. What do I mean by this? Instead of a teacher to take only one subject, they would rather give 2 to 3 subjects to a particular teacher to handle, in which such a teacher cannot handle it efficiently and effectively. It is expected that a teacher should only handle one subject per time. That will give you the chance to prepare before you go to class. Okay, then visiting our curriculum. Some schools, they don't really follow the school curriculum. There is need for us to make sure that our curriculum is up to date. As a teacher, you have to prepare your own lesson notes. From time to time, make sure you update your lesson notes. Then another thing is that most parents only expect results. They don't want to know the process for getting the results. This is not acceptable. Parents should be involved in the learning process of their students. Some parents, you will give assignments to their students, and they will tell you that, what if I don't have time to do the assignment? As a teacher, I will summon the parents. You don't expect me to do the assignment given to your children. You should partake in their learning process. If you expect the best from them, then inculcate the same thing we are inculcating in school. And to the glory of God, most of those children have seen changes in them. Even the parents, they are happy that, thank God for taking to the advice of this teacher. Another thing is that there should be guidance and counseling in the school. Some students, they are being pushed to courses they don't really have interest in. Learning is about passion. If a student doesn't have passion in a particular subject, most of them, they tend to fail such subjects. And another thing is, if those students don't really like a particular teacher, they don't seem to get the best from such subjects. So what do we do as parents? Identify the areas of passions of your children and channel their skills towards that side so that you can get the best of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate her. Now at where we are going. Learners, we have 4 groups. So you can come in any order. I don't know how you divide them upstairs. Group 1, learners group 1. So please let somebody come out and tell us what you have learned, because we discover there are so many issues. Route, which route have you taken towards employment and all that? Some people learn and they cannot perform, they cannot get job. Why do we have problem? What is hindering the people from accessing their desired education or employment as learners? So let's appreciate her. Let's clap. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. In our group, we discussed a lot with our instructor, and it was an interactive class. Everybody was given opportunity to talk, and the number one thing we discussed was individuals with brainstorming for future possibilities. What are your visions, your mission of life? What are your passion? What do you want to become? What is your interest? Those are the major things that will push you to what you want to be in life. And whatever you want to become in life, we are made to understand that education is the primary. That will take you, it will be a driving force that will make you achieve your dream in life. And people who are given opportunity to talk, most of us had, I think about 80% was not having opportunity to go to school due to financial inability, and some had interest of becoming nurses, and due to the financial situation, they were not able. So they were given hope of having access to whatever any individual had wanted to become that were not able to do before. Then we discussed about our hope. That's what are your hope in this program? And individuals were telling, we spoke about individuals' hope. Somebody talked about Baba's support, Babala's support to a student that was in abroad that wanted to do, that wanted to study masters in outside Nigeria. That Baba really supported her throughout her education. So those are the things that are giving us hope that coming to this program, there is possibility you have every access to wherever you want to get to in your academic level. Then we are asked to speak about our views about the program, then how the program can contribute to make a difference in our life. They talk to us about it, that at least for coming to this program, there is a chance for you to achieve whatever you think has been, you have been denied, maybe through your lack of parental care or financial problem. Then another thing we talked about in the group was what the program can do for us as learners. So, and we're able to know that there is no age or the level you are that you cannot still move further in your academics life. Maybe a secondary school dropout, or somebody that just had WAEC that still wants to move, that wants to go further in your academics. So we were think it's an eye-opener for us, and we're able to know that many opportunities are ready for learners in the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate her again. Then we call on Lana Tus, the second group for learners. Female has been coming out so many times. We have one male, the first group. Now we have another male. Thank you very much. Are you presenting together? So you introduce yourself and tell us what you have gathered from your group. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Miguel Adesoji Peter.
I'm Obaidu Esther.
And we are from the second group of the learners class, and we have a few things to present from our group discussion. So one of the first discussion was, what are the routes you have taken towards employment? And among those routes that some of us that we took as a group is self-employment, then connection, relocation to other city in order to source for employment, then job application into various companies. Then some of us, we updated our education by taking short courses and management courses.
The second thing we discussed was, what are the difficulties and choices you have experienced in this journey? The first thing was age limitations. Age limitations are one of the difficulties people are facing in seeking jobs. The second thing is economical factors and financial difficulties. The third thing is lack of connections. We can see nowadays, to get a job, you have to have connections. You have to be connected to someone that is in higher places to get your connections. And the first thing is location barriers. Some jobs are limited in some areas. So to get jobs, you have to look for locations, good locations, and locations that are having companies that can employ you.
And the third thing our group discussed was, what are the success experience on this journey of gaining employment or becoming fully educated? So one of the success experience on this journey is self-employment. Due to lack of job availability, some of us, we have to resort to self-employment and then also starting up a business. And some of us were able to get some leverage through connections.
The next thing we discussed was, what is hindering you from accessing your desired education and employment? The first thing is lack of funds. The second thing is lack of family system, divorced parents, separations, and loss of parents. The third thing is family dynamics. Under the family dynamics, we discuss sex preference. Some prefer to educate their male children rather than educating both male and female. The fourth one is lack of self-motivations. Some people lack motivations in even educating themselves, and some will just sit around and not look for employment opportunity. The fifth thing is lack of quality education foundation.
Why our next discussion as a group was, what would you like to be better at? As a group, some of us, we decided that in order for us to be able to get opportunity, we would like to develop we would like to gain public speaking skills, and then some computer skills, some communication skills, and then we would like to get more physical education.
The next thing we discussed was, who and what has helped you towards achieving needs? The first answer was parents. The second one was mentor, our supervisor and siblings. Some of us, our siblings and supervisors, has motivated us in helping us to achieve what we are. Our mentors are the ones that have been pushing us in acquiring what we have been getting. The third thing was desire to be impactful. Some, the desires to just make everything work, like our Are Afe Babalola. His desire to impact this generation has motivated him to create every opportunity he has created for people. The fifth thing was self-motivations. Self-motivations has motivated some of us to get what we have today. People in similar fields is the fifth thing we discussed. People in similar fields has helped us in carrying us along in getting what we have. The sixth thing is faith and guidance from the Bible. Some people talked about their faith. Our faith has been what has been motivating us. And the seventh thing was surrounding environment.
And finally, our final discussion was, what do you see as your strength? Most of us, one of our major strengths is self-confidence, determination, and boldness. Then international relationship, interpersonal relationship, good communication and social skills, and problem-solving skills. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for them. Then we call on the group 3 under the learners. Learners, group 3. Thank you very much. So you introduce yourself and tell us what you have gathered from your group.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma. My name is Victor Oladipupo. From our group, we have been able to gather the following information. One, with respect to the route you have taken towards employment. Two main routes. One, education. Secondly, self-employment. What are the difficulties in this pursuit? Likely we have the lack of financial support. Then difficulty in the admission process, especially in Nigeria with respect to JAM. And we have some are not having access to counsel, proper information to guide them as to what to do with respect to the route or the path they have to take in the educational pursuits. Also, we have the issue of discouraging environment. This general belief that education is a scam. If you go to school, there's no employment, nobody will employ you. So many are discouraged from making that move. And also the issue of not having the required qualification from most of the organization, and some policies that are put out that makes that pursuit difficult. Then we talked about, okay, what are the choices and successes? Some of us have been able, we have been able to own our businesses for self-support. Then some develop certain skills that qualify them to render some services that brought them some income for self-support. So what are the hindrances from accessing the desired education and employment? Largely that the financial support, as I've mentioned earlier. So we discussed what we would like to get better at. The communication skill. Someone want to get better at communication skill, ICT skill, business leadership skills. Then some want to make progress in their professional and career pursuits. Then what are our strengths from our group? We gather some can sing well, the writing skill, public speaking, organization skills. So these are the strengths we're able to gather from our group. Then what has helped us or helped some of us in the journey thus far? Encouragement from parents, siblings, and religious leaders, self-motivation, self-determination, and access to grants to support businesses and to help with the educational pursuit. So these are the things we have been able to gather from our group. Thank you.
Then we go to the last group, Lana Group 4. Let's clap for her. You are welcome.
Good day, everyone. My name is Akionla Kofoworola from the 4th group of the learners class. So we had 2 rounds, and I'm going to be speaking on the 2 rounds. So the first round is, what is the route you've taken towards employment? From my group, we're able to gather firstly, education. Secondly, most of us had to learn skills to help us in our various fields, which has, in extension, helped us in our education. Then self-employment, also socialization, socializing with people and gathering information on how to help ourselves, on what to do in our environment as well. So the second question from the round 1 is, and what are the difficult and successful choices we have experienced? So for the difficult choices, for the difficulties that we had to go through, writing entrance exams. Personally, I had to take entrance exams so many times. I passed, but I still wasn't able to get into the university after 7 years. Then the financial aspects, then lack of exposure and training relating to what we studied in school. From my group, so many people studied engineering, but they cannot practice because of the environment we have. Then limited facilities. There are so many limited facilities, especially in Ekiti here. We need so many industries in Ekiti here, so people can actually carry out what they've studied in school. Then we have distance, limitations, and insecurity in the country. After studying in school for a long time, we cannot study, we can't work in our own environment, so most of us have to travel to other states. But then these days, insecurities has made people stay back and then divert from what they actually learned in school. So insecurities. We also have parental factors. So many parents want their children to go to a particular field, while the children want different things. Then balancing education and skills, and then we have balancing education and family. Outdated curriculum in schools. When it comes to polytechnics, colleges, there are so many outdated curriculums that are not helping the students. Then school strikes. School strikes is one of the difficult things students are facing these days. And then limited industrialization in our society, especially Ekiti State. Then the successful choices, the success we've made so far. Personally, mine would be eventually getting into school, despite all the orders I had to face for 7 years, despite passing all my jams. Then another success we all made is our skills giving us financial freedom. Even if it's not totally, but to an extent, our skills are giving us the financial freedom that we need as students. Therefore, the round 2, we have what is hindering you from accessing your desired education or employment. Like we said before, financial hindrance, age factor. These days, we all know that you have to be in a certain age bracket before you can get grants, before you can get loans, before you can get so many things. So age factor is also one of them. Then lack of practical in tertiary institutions. So many institutions don't have laboratories, they don't have practicals, they just keep teaching the students in the class and no practicals are being carried out. Then lecturers not carrying students along practically. Then we also have some policies, so many policies, hindering small businesses. Imagine someone that wants to start little and is being given so many hard policies to follow just to start a small business. Then exposure. The number 2, what would you like to be better at? In my group, we all said we'd like to be better in our education. So many of us want to further. Personally, I don't want to stay on this particular course I'm doing. I also want to further. Then our vocational skills, our creativity. I make dresses. Another person in my groups sells perfumes. But she would like to make her own. So she needs to be more creative in what she's doing. Then we'll also love to improve in our technological skills, our education, our passion, what we love to do. Personally, I love to face the crowd and speak a lot. There's another person that loves to operate the sound system. Another person loves to operate computers. But we've all done different. We've all gone into various fields, and we love to improve in our passion, in things that we love to do. So who has helped you achieve your needs? From my group, their number 1 is God. Number 2, parents, education, the skills that we have gathered, and so many online trainings that we've also done. So what do you see as the strength of the people? Number 1, people's stories and motivations. We gather our strength from people's stories, mentorship, independence, having to be independent on our own, our finances, then our circle, the people around us, our caucus. This is all we've gathered from our group. Thank you so much.
Let's appreciate her. Thank you very much. So we have gathered so many information. That means we have value for our time. It's a rewarding session. I know I can see you typing so many. That means everybody enjoyed the group. Let's clap for ourselves. Let's clap for the 8 groups. We have a rewarding session. Before we go for lunch, I will invite the leader from the King's College, Professor Fumi Olonishakin, for the wrap-up session, end of the day, to give us a wrap-up session. You are welcome, ma. Before we go for lunch, we want to have the feedback for the She said we can just go for the lunch. Let's go for lunch, then we come back. After lunch, we come back. Thank you. Please allow our leaders, the facilitators of each group to go first. To go first, the facilitators, the leaders, the representative, let them, okay, they can go. Thank you.
Ti jó dórí kókó. Èdùmàrè oníjọ́kọ̀ wa ó dání. A máa ti dójú àgbà mi. Iná ti jó dórí kókó. Èdùmàrè oníjọ́kọ̀ wa ó dání. A máa ti dójú àgbà mi. gbé dànù àtúngbé tuntun dé. Ohun tó rẹwà níjọ ni lójú kó nípele mi àjò. Kálábàjá mi àmì. Onípele mi àjò. Kálábàjá mi àmì. Gángan ṣiṣẹ́ jùtá wà ó dúró. Agogo ju kàngó kan gbẹ. Lọ́dọ̀ sàn ní aládé. Olúwa ní gbé nígà, Olúwa ní gbé nígà. Ọba ní gbé nígà, Èdùmàrè ní ṣògo rẹ̀. Olúwa ní gbé nígà, Olúwa ní gbé nígà. Ọlọ́run ní gbé nígà, Èdùmàrè ní ṣògo rẹ̀ o. Bó jẹ́ ti ká ṣeré, àti wá ṣẹpẹ́ṣẹpẹ́. Bó jẹ́ ti ká ṣeré, àti wá ṣẹpẹ́ṣẹpẹ́. Àtòrin àti ìlú, àti ìlú àtòrin. Yes. Àtòrin àti ìlú, àti ìlú àtòrin. Láì sí iyèméjì, àwa ti wà ní standby. Olórin tó máa yí ní kétí ó máa yí ní padà kò bọ́ sí rárá. Agbétànà dànù ra tún gbé tuntun dé sá. Àtúngbé tuntun dé original 82 kẹlẹlẹ. Títí wá ọ̀dọ̀ ní kakọrin tó dùn, ká sọ̀rọ̀ tó ṣe é fi kọ́gbọ́n. ọ̀tọ̀ ní ká kọrin tó dùn ká sọ̀rọ̀ tó ṣe é fi kọ́gbọ́n ká sọrin wájú pọ̀ mọ́tẹ̀yìn ká fi kọrin kó ṣe wẹ́gí ìtura ìjọ àsìkò orin àsìkò ìjọ àsìkò lọ́wọ́ wa ló ti wá ẹyẹ tó bá para wẹ́gùn rẹ̀ ìyàrá ló máa sùn kó dá mi lójú. Hallelujah, sọ́bàrọ̀ níbu ọrẹ. Hallelujah lójoojúmọ́. Orí tó ṣe fún wa, a ò ní gbàgbé láíláí. Ọpẹ́ ní Elédùmarè rọ́bà láláṣẹ. Torí àwọn tó ń bá wa ṣọ̀tẹ̀ o, àti fọgbọ́n pa wọ́n. Àti fọ̀rọ̀ tó dùn yí wọn mọ́lẹ̀ wọ́n ti kó gbà wọ́n sílé. Àwọn tó ń bá wa ṣọ̀tẹ̀ àti fọgbọ́n pa wọ́n àti fọ̀rọ̀ tó dùn yí wọn mọ́lẹ̀ wọ́n ti kó gbà wọ́n sílé. Wà lápàtà bíi kókó. Àgùntàn wà lápàtà bíi kókó. Ewúrẹ́ ń wà lápàtà bíi kókó. Àgùntàn wà lápàtà bíi kókó. Bọ́lọ́run ò pa wá a ò ní para wa. Ìyẹn ni wípé ìwòta ń wá parò bíi káfíńdálá. Orí ẹyẹ ni ò pẹ́ yẹ. Ọlọ́run ò pa wá a ò ní para wa. Àní ìwòtán wà pàrọ̀ bíi káfíńdálá. Orí ẹyẹ ni ò fẹ́ yẹ. Orí ẹyẹ ni ò fẹ́ yẹ. Pàdé. Orí ẹyẹ ni ò fẹ́ yẹ. Orí ẹyẹ ni ò fẹ́ yẹ o. Orí ẹyẹ ni ò fẹ́ yẹ. Ìwòtán wà pàrọ̀ bíi káfíńdálá. Orí ẹyẹ ni ò fẹ́ yẹ. Elédùmarè rọ́bàrà láṣẹ. Ọba kan ṣoṣo atẹ́rẹrẹ kárí ayé mo ṣe bá ẹ. Ẹni tó sọ̀rọ̀ tí ò fi tó lúwa sí. Àlùwàyà ni. Ẹni tó sọ̀rọ̀ tí ò fi tó lúwa sí. Àlùwàyà ni. Sọ̀rọ̀ tí o mọ́mọ́ dání. Afárabákùnbákùn gbé ọ̀rọ̀ ó tó mọ bí tó ń lọ. Olórí tó máa yí ní ké tí o máa yí ní padà kò bọ́ sí rárá. àlejò orí ni kókó jẹ́ ìsọ̀kalẹ̀ rọrùn ní gẹ́gẹ́ àlejò orí ni kókó jẹ́ ìsọ̀kalẹ̀ rọrùn ní gẹ́gẹ́ gúdúgúdú tí ń lò gbà ìyá àdúgbò tó dáyé àdàgbà tó fẹsẹ̀ bí ejò kò ságbára láti fi ṣòro. kò mà sẹ́gbàrú lóńgbò lọ́wọ́ rẹ̀ kúté láyé mi kọ́. kò sẹ́gbàrú lóńgbò lọ́wọ́ rẹ̀ kúté láyé mi kọ́. kò sí babaláwo tí ń pagún bọ́ fá láyé mi kọ́. ogun gọ̀rẹ́ nìyàn kò jẹ́ fi ṣúgà sí bẹ́ẹ̀ láyé mi kọ́. òṣìkì ta òyìnbó kó má ṣe rí bàtà wọ̀ láyé mi kọ́. torí ìwọ nítọ̀wọ̀ a kì í fi rí ọwọ́ dáná ẹ̀bẹ̀ ni mo bẹ̀ yín tó láyé ẹ dákun ẹ fọwọ́ mi wọ̀ mí ẹ má ṣe nà mí lọ́rẹ́. ìtàkùn tó ní kẹrin má wọ̀dọ̀ tòun tẹ̀rín ló ń lọ yóò máa dùn wọ́n ní nílé orin yóò máa dùn wọ́n ní nílé orin wa bóun wọn kàn fàádùpánú. ìtàkùn tó ní kẹrin má wọ̀dọ̀ tòun tẹ̀rín ló ń lọ yóò máa dùn wọ́n ní nílé orin yóò máa dùn wọ́n ní nílé orin wa bóun wọn kàn fàádùpánú. tàkúté tán fẹ́ fi mí rin òmíràn ò lágbára láti fi kẹ́ yóò máa dùn wọ́n ní nílé orin yóò máa dùn wọ́n ní nílé orin wa bóun wọn kàn fàádùpánú. olóńgì ní sọ wípé ó ń lo lórí rẹ̀ ránkò níbi tí erin gbé dúró níbi tí àjànàkú dúró níbi tí kìnìún gbé wà o pẹ̀lú ràdérọ̀bà lórí yóò máa dùn wọ́n ní nílé orin yóò máa dùn wọ́n ní nílé orin wa bóun wọn kàn fàádùpánú. yóò máa dùn wọ́n òye yóò máa dùn wọ́n òye yóò máa dùn wọ́n ní nílé orin yóò máa dùn wọ́n ní nílé orin wa bóun wọn kàn fàádùpánú. ẹ dákun o níbo ni ó yan sí o níbo ni ó yan sí. níbo ni ó yan sí sẹ́. níbo ni ó yan sí. bàbá olóòrùn lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tó sọ ọmọ ẹ̀ lánílé yan níbo ni ó yan sí. níbo ni ó yan sí. bàbá olóòrùn lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tó sọ ọmọ ẹ̀ lánílé yan níbo ni ó yan sí. níbo ni ó yàn sí. bàbá olóòrùn lẹ́kùn tó sọ ọmọ ẹ̀ lárílé yan níbo ni ó yàn sí. lọ́wọ́ wọn ṣàṣàǹgẹ̀lẹ̀ ìṣọ̀lá ò tọrọ rẹ̀ wúwọ́ lọ́wọ́ wọn o ṣàṣàǹgẹ̀lẹ̀ bí wọ́n lógún ẹrú aládé oníwò bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣàṣàngélé bí wọ́n níwọ̀n fa ọgbọ́n ìṣọ̀lá lọ́kọ̀ ọ̀yá wọn o ṣàṣàngélé kan bú wá níwọ̀n aládé lọ́kọ̀ ọ̀yá wọn o ṣàṣàngélé bí wọ́n lógún ẹrú aládé oníwò bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣàṣàngélé bí wọ́n níwọ̀n fa ọgbọ́n ìṣọ̀lá lọ́kọ̀ ọ̀yá wọn o ṣàṣàngélé. níbo ni ó yàn sí o. níbo ni ó yàn sí. bàbá olórù lẹ́kùn tó sọ ọmọ ẹ̀ lárí léyan. níbo ni ó yàn sí. níbo ni ó yàn sí. ẹ wá wo bàbá olórù lẹ́kùn tó sọ ọmọ ẹ̀ lárí léyan. níbo ni ó yàn sí. níbo ni ó yàn sí. tó sọ ọmọ ẹ̀ lárí léyan. níbo ni ó yàn sí. takitako mọ́lá dákunra yá mi òye oríwá dákun yẹ ò má má jẹ́ àtẹ. Takitako mọ́lá dákunra yá mi òye oríwá dákun yẹ ò má má jẹ́ àtẹ. tùmí nínú aya rere tùmí nínú aya rere kóríwá dákun yẹ ò má má jẹ́ àtẹ. tùmí nínú aya rere tùmí nínú aya rere kóríwá dákun yẹ ò má má jẹ́ àtẹ.
Professor Funmi Olonishakin will also give you, after me, a quick breakdown of what's coming after for the schedule tomorrow. But in the meantime, I'll just summarize quickly what the findings from today's sort of focus groups and workshops were. For community providers, we've looking at the question of pathways, there is essentially three main areas that we've heard from. So education obviously is one of the main recurring themes that we heard. So different pathways for education, traditional, private, but also distance learning was mentioned. We also heard involvements in the professional sector, so for internship, for networking and connection was something that also allow many young people to progress toward their dreams, essentially. We heard also As I said, networking and connections are one of the most important things that enable a lot of young people to find opportunities. We also looked at some of the gaps and what works for community providers. So obviously we heard a lot from big structural issues, including poverty, insecurity, insufficient funding, those bad governance, issues around policies. Those are big structural issues that needs to be addressed either at the state level, at the national state, but most importantly, we also heard things around the educational system directly, so shortage of teachers and sort of gaps in the quality of the teaching itself. Yet we also heard from our community providers, from representatives, that there is some hope in regards to what already works. We're not completely out of options. Young people are not completely out of options. What works is also the diversification of the educational pathway. So we heard the public sector also, although there is not enough necessarily opportunities, in some states the government provide basic education, mostly for free. The fact that also some of the private schools and distant learning schools are present across the country enables to bridge some of the gaps that are left by the shortage of public schools. We also heard a lot from community providers around the focus on technological education, especially today with Nigerian policy focusing a lot on monotech, polytech sort of teaching. That also, to many extent, echoed what we heard from our representative from the teacher community. We heard a lot around, again, structural issues, lack of infrastructures that don't necessarily provide the right environment for students to learn properly. So we know that this leads to issues around mental health. We heard things around the need to provide better resources for teachers. There's also in itself shortage around teachers' capacity. We heard that there was overcrowded classrooms and that there was not always the right materials for teachers. There's also sort of issues around the pedagogies that we heard, a lack of training for teachers around the pedagogies. One of the most important things that we heard from both groups of teachers was around the need to review the curriculums, often being outdated, based on very theoretical and sort of theoretical knowledge that doesn't necessarily allow young people to build up on the skills that they already have or pick up new skills, which then creates, in regards to employment, a gap. When they arrive in the workplace, they don't necessarily have the right skills, they don't really know, even though they have the knowledge, they don't necessarily have the right capacity to apply them in a work context. One of the other areas where curriculums really needs to be updated is on the use of technology as well. So again, a lot of the curriculums don't allow students to necessarily make the most use of the knowledge they have of technology. We know that the young generation is probably more qualified than all of us in regards to use of that technology, but the school system doesn't necessarily make the most use of that. There is also, so interestingly, some areas that we heard from teachers around the attitude and behaviors of the learners that needs to be encouraged. So not always do we find that the familial background, familial context is enabling for young people, so either in regards to cultural differences based on gender, or also just more generally the needs for families to encourage young people to either pick up work or pick up skills that will enable them to actually build a decent living. It's not always perceived, but again, based on what we heard from teachers, the school pathway is not necessarily always seen as a safe bet for a decent living, which then disincentivizes young people to go into education to gain the skills, because they're not certain that that will actually lead to them being able to sustain themselves and their families. in regards to what we heard from employers, it was really interesting to hear also some of the skills gap that have been identified by representatives from employers across sectors. So we know that, for example, some of the basic skills that are required when you walk into the workplace are still missing. I mentioned digital skills, but this is also a gap. So most young people will know how to navigate technology, social media, but not necessarily how to apply that within a workplace. They also have identified a gap around the attitude and behavior. So often young people will walk into the work with a mindset of wanting to build a decent living quickly, make money. We heard make money fast, not necessarily with the right attitude in regards to wanting to put the work. There is also a gap in regards to some of the inappropriate monitoring from parents. So again, from the employers, what we heard is that there is a difference, generational sort of difference between the expectations of young people walking into the workplace and what the reality of that. Going back to some of the skills, we heard a real gap around some of the soft skills. So emotional intelligence, leadership, communications, basic reasoning. We heard around some of the basic foundation knowledge around mathematics, around business management, finance management skills, often around for those young people that wants to go into entrepreneurship, not necessarily into employment. The entrepreneurship skills are introduced often very late in the curriculums, which creates then a sort of gap in their knowledge once they then wants to build on the skills that they picked up to create business. That being said, again, there is some hope, things that have worked. We know that the government is also, to many extent, trying to do investments into the education. We need to create more incentive, however, and awards for young people that do go and take additional sort of training to bridge some of those gaps. Often the issue then is around the recognition of those additional sort of skills and additional credits that are built up. One of the main gaps, and I think this is really important, and we heard that across the different groups, which is the place of role models and mentorship for young people. Both we heard that both from employers, so that means that even within the workplace, often the workplace doesn't allow the sort of structure doesn't allow for new young people that enter the workplace to identify and have sort of buddies or mentors that can guide them, help them sort of navigate the difficulty of the workplace and help them grow within that environment. We also heard that from community providers, teachers, and more generally within society, young people lack that sort of identifiable role model. Most importantly, and probably most interestingly, we had 4 groups of learners. As I said, interestingly, we heard similarities between those 4 groups, which is kind of reassuring in regards to the work we're trying to do. A lot of structural issues were identified by young people, financial being one of the most important ones. But we also heard issues around dichotomies with the families, so they not necessarily have the capacity to go into the right path, essentially, or study the disciplines that they want to go through with the passion, because they have incentives to do, for example, to focus on technology, focus on sciences, focus on things that are perceived to be money-making. And this comes from either young people themselves or from their environment, from their families, from their peers. And this is very, very sort of ingrained within the cultural setting. We're also, in regards to some of the barriers that young people are facing, in addition to those structural sort of issues, we know that age limitation is often has been mentioned a couple of times in regards to access to job and sort of grants for establishing new businesses. There is, generally speaking, again, and that is interesting to hear that from young people themselves, the lack of motivation. It means that they themselves perceive education somehow as not being able to lead them toward decent living, which I think is one of the main sort of issues that we would need to look at and sort of address, change that sort of mentality toward build confidence again for young people in what education can provide for them. in regards to what has helped young people to get where they wanted, or at least get as far as they've been today, support from communities, so either their parents, their siblings, peers, has been noted as very important. Again, international relationship, communication, sort of things that others that have been able to sort of enter young people's life and transform the sort of expected outcome is something that came very strongly. In regards to the skills that young people have identified as being really missing for them to be successful, again, we've heard from IT skills, leadership, communication. We heard also things around business management. What has been also interesting is that young people themselves are not completely clueless in regards to what the situation is, what we've heard from employers, what we heard from community providers, as well as teachers. Those things are also mentioned by learners themselves. So insecurity, school strike, outdated curriculums, is all sort of parental influence also that sometimes guide them toward a different path. All those things we heard from learners themselves. So one thing that I wanted to know in addition to what we heard is that it's really reassuring to see that learners themselves are able to look at their own pathway and look at their own journey and sort of identify what is missing. And that is something that that's precisely why we were here today, to sort of hear from all the representatives from those different groups and the learners themselves to be able to bridge some of those gaps. And Professor Funmi, I'm not sure whether she's around or she seems to be busy, but I'm sure she'll be able to give you a bit more information on the schedule for tomorrow. But shortly, that's where tomorrow is going to be focusing about. So today we looked at where the gaps are, trying to understand the local context, but from tomorrow we'll be looking at what options we have and what we can do together. So tomorrow is going to be a time for us to dream together, a time for looking at what can be done collectively to sort of bridge those gaps that we've been identifying today. Thank you so much again for all the representatives that took the time to help us through that journey. Thank you for learners, for young people, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you.
Let's appreciate him more. Thank you very much. That is Lucas Palumbo, the project manager, the Afebola Center for Transnational Education at King's College, London. You are welcome, sir. Thank you.
Well, we've come to the end of a very long day, and what I wanted to do is just thank you all so much for coming along today. We're going to end now. It's been a long and tiring day. I know many of you have traveled far. It's tiring. I'm tired. I'm sure you're tired. And what we'd like to do is invite you to join us again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, and we'll pick up and carry on with this interesting conversations. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. It's been a wonderful day, and thank you. Lovely to meet you and have so many interesting conversations.
It's a long day. We appreciate everyone for staying with us from the beginning to the end of the day one of the pre-pilot workshop study, workshop on transnational education. As we have heard, we are to converge here tomorrow by 9 a.m. Please, let's be here on time. Thank you. Have a wonderful night. We appreciate you for waiting to the end. Thank you very much.